wasted money on protein powders that did nothing. No energy, no strength, and definitely no results in the gym. So if you've been there, you know the frustration. Well, the doctors at Brickhouse Nutrition explain why most protein powders fail. Cheap fillers like maltodextrin, soy, corn syrup, even cellulose. Your body can't use that junk. That's why I switched to Brickhouse Whey Protein. It's bioengineered by doctors, not marketers. The clean formula gives it superior bioavailability, which means your body actually absorbs it. You feel the difference fast. Better recovery, lean muscle, real energy. So since I've been using Brickhouse Whey, I've noticed a real change. No bloat, no stomach issues, just results. It is even lactose-free. So don't let junk protein sabotage how you look and feel. Switch to Brickhouse Whey for guaranteed results or your money back. Go to thenewway.com and use the promo code LEMON for 20% off. That's the new WHEY.com, promo code LEMON. And welcome to the program. I'm so glad that you guys are here today. Okay, we start with the breaking news, and the breaking news is Ghislaine Maxwell. Remember, Todd Blanche met with her, the Assistant Attorney General, met with her a couple weeks ago and interviewed her along with her attorneys and others. Well, Todd Blanche is released the transcripts today. There you see Katie Fang. Well, you can bring Katie Fang in. Live updates from Justice Department. There we go. So Katie Fang is going to break down the legal part of this for us. But Katie, this is unbelievable. Justice Department releases transcripts of Ghislaine Maxwell interview. I was in bed because I'm feeling not so well. But the moment I saw this, I started listening to them, and they are actually fascinating. In a sense that it did not sound to me, you're an attorney, didn't sound like a deposition or an interview to me. It sounded like, people just kind of hanging out, chatting.
That was the grossest part. It was like little hens hanging out, having cocktails together, and there was zero pushback by Todd Blanche, like zero real probing questions to kind of dive into the kind of wholesale blanket statements that Ghislaine Maxwell was asserting. Let's take a second let's wind the hands of time for just a second though, Don. What was released by the Department of Justice was not in compliance with the congressional subpoena that came from House Oversight.
Right.
So remember, there was that deadline. They've been punting it down the road. Some materials were turned over by the DOJ in compliance with that congressional subpoena. But what we have been reading in terms of the redacted transcripts as well as the audio, that is just Todd Blanche, through the kindness of his heart, deciding that he wanted to release this on behalf of the DOJ. But what's particularly egregious about it, again, Don, is if you are supposed to be the Deputy Attorney General of the United States, and you are purportedly having the one and only time that Ghislaine Maxwell has sat down with a Department of Justice person to have a conversation about what happened with Jeffrey Epstein herself and other people, wouldn't you want to actually grill her? There was no questions. It was like, hey, Don, did you like the kale Caesar? Maybe we should go back next time for the filet.
Right.
None of that was there. It was just allowing her to basically whitewash history and for her to say, quote, I have a condition with slow cognition issues, so I don't really know if I mean, Don, come on. We wouldn't have believed it in the first instance.
Yeah. Well, and let's put up, just remember, I just want people to remember who Ghislaine Maxwell is and what she was charged with. Ghislaine Maxwell was in 2020, she was arrested and charged by the federal government in the United States in July of 2020 with the crimes of enticement of minors and trafficking of underage girls related to her association with Jeffrey Epstein as his recruiter. She was denied bail as a flight risk, with the judge expressing concerns regarding her completely opaque finances, her skill at living in hiding, and the fact that France does not extradite its citizens. She was convicted on 5 out of 6 counts, including one of sex trafficking of a minor in December of 2021. That's what she was convicted of that. She faces a second criminal trial for 2 charges of lying under oath about Epstein's abuse of underage girls. Now, to rely on her, as given everything that you said, and to rely on her as some sort of credible witness to exonerate in some way Donald Trump or to clear him, it's just shocking to me. He released them releasing this. At first I said, you know what, Todd Blanche, as I was listening to this, Katie, I said, Todd Blanche is man, he doesn't sound like a very good attorney. But now that I think about it, perhaps that's the way he was treating her with kid gloves. And he went into this knowing he wanted to get something out of it that he could release to the public that would somehow exonerate Donald Trump.
Todd Blanche went in friend, not foe. This was not an adversarial meeting that you normally would have buying between a federal law enforcement officer or a federal United States attorney and a criminal defendant. This was, again, a bunch of hens meeting over cocktails. And the thing that's outrageous is, Don, you know, Ghislaine Maxwell was also federally indicted for 2 counts of perjury.
Mm-hmm.
So under the law, the reason why she didn't go to trial on the perjury counts is we, as in prosecutors, we don't want a jury to convict a defendant because she's also facing the perjury charges. We separate them so that there's no prejudice. So interestingly, Ghislaine Maxwell actually got the benefit of no prejudice for having been indicted for perjury. Those were going to be tried separately. But after the jury came back with its guilty verdict and she was sentenced, those perjury counts were dropped by the United States Attorney's Office. Doesn't mean they couldn't prove it. Just means at that point, with the sentence she got, it just didn't make any sense for her to continue to be prosecuted for the perjury. And the outrageous thing is those perjury counts did come from civil litigation that was brought because of the things that she did alongside Jeffrey Epstein and others. And so she is not a reliable narrator by any stretch of the imagination. For the DOJ to think that there was any type of evidentiary value to release these transcripts and these audios is an insult to the American people. You don't even have to be, you could be blindfolded, both hands tied behind you and muffled with your ears, and you still wouldn't believe anything that this woman is saying.
Amen. 100% true. This is Ghislaine Maxwell in the interview with Todd Blanche, explaining to him how she believes, she's not sure, she met Donald Trump, but it was before she ever knew Jeffrey Epstein. Here it is.
In 1990, I had come over to New York to help look at some of that. She was having some advertising issues with the New York Daily News, and in fact, I may have met Donald Trump at that time because my father was friendly with him and liked him very much. And I think it should be said that he also very much liked Ivana, because she was also from Czechoslovakia, where my dad was from. So I don't remember if I did meet him or not in 1990 with my dad, but I knew that that's how I knew about then Mr. Trump.
And this was before you met.
This was before I met
Mr.
Mr.
Epstein?
Yes.
Okay, before she met Epstein. Yeah, and I remember that, but I don't remember. Look, I can't remember what I was doing in the 1990s, but I remember the first time I ever met JFK Jr. You know, the first time I ever met Oprah, the first time I ever met a celebrity who I thought, the first time I met Bill Clinton, I remember vividly those things. And one would imagine meeting Donald Trump would be something like that, but maybe not perhaps to her because she was a British, you know, she wasn't from here. I don't know, but to remember the circumstances, but not meeting the man, I just don't, that doesn't sound right to me.
And you are doing exactly what we ask jurors to do, for example, when we're trying cases, Don. We're asking jurors to use their common sense, right? We say use all of your senses to be able to determine whether or not you detect that your common sense is telling you that there's something wrong here. I just kind of quickly want to go back for a second. You noted that Todd Blanche did not do a compelling job here, and maybe that was the point. Recall, Don, that the DOJ fired Maureen Comey, the lead trial prosecutor on Ghislaine Maxwell's trial, a week before Todd Blanche trundled down over to Tallahassee to meet with Ghislaine Maxwell. If there was anybody who could actually ask questions that would probe the veracity, the truth, the credibility of Ghislaine Maxwell, the person who would know the real facts behind meeting Donald Trump, meeting any of these people, it would be that prosecutor or somebody from that trial team. But of course, none of those people went. Why? Because this was just performative. This was not meant to actually elicit the truth. It was, let me check the box and make it seem like I'm trying to achieve transparency.
Maxwell talks about meeting Trump, and she also talks about Jeffrey Epstein himself, obviously. And then she talks about Donald Trump. We're going to hear what she said about Donald Trump in moments. But first, this is what she said, and I found this to be very interesting. This is what she said about on Jeffrey Epstein about his death, which she does not believe. Here it is.
So you think he did not die by suicide, given all the things we just talked about?
I do not believe he died by suicide, no.
And do you believe that, do you have any speculation or view of who killed him?
No, I don't.
And I ask that because if you don't believe that there's any truth to the allegations of blackmail or that he had kind of a list or that he had reasons to have people hate him, why would somebody kill him in prison?
Well, in prison, where I am, they will kill you, or they will pay, somebody can pay a prisoner to kill you for $25 worth of commissary is about the going rate for a hit with a lock today.
So that goes to the third reason, which is kind of the mismanagement
Yes.
or the shortfallings or shortcomings of the Bureau of Prisons.
Yes.
Which is a little bit different than my question is, which is, do you think there's somebody on the outside of prison? So putting aside what could happen on the inside, on the outside of prison, who wanted him dead so badly that he would have, or she would have, caused him to be killed on the inside?
I think I don't see that. I think, is it possible? Of course it's possible, but I don't know of any reason why, and I don't believe in the blackmail or in any of this. I don't think Epstein had a hit like that. If it is indeed murder, I believe it was an internal situation.
Muted, Don.
Stand by, Katie. I want to bring in the great Glenn Kirshner is joining us. Glenn Kirshner is an American attorney, former U.S. Army prosecutor, and a former assistant U.S. attorney in the Office of the United States, attorney for the District of Columbia, and a former NBC News, MSNBC legal analyst. Welcome to the program. First to Katie, and then I'll get your response. Katie, should he just come out and say, do you think Donald Trump had a hit out? You know what I'm saying? That's what it sounded like to me. He was trying to ask. I don't know.
It just goes how it's so, and hi to Glenn Kirshner, one of my favorite people. Look, it just goes to show how absolutely inartful the questions were. It's like you could have picked anybody off the street and been like, hey, this is Ghislaine. Ghislaine, this is Joe. Joe, go ahead and ask her some questions. There was no purpose. When you are a lawyer, you don't even have to be a prosecutor, but when you're a lawyer and you have this golden opportunity to be able to obtain information that hasn't been obtained in decades, why would you not actually just pointedly say, did this person do this? Or the way that you phrase the questions are really important too, right? But when she says, he didn't die by suicide. Well, heck, according to the DOJ itself, he died by suicide. So
Right.
wouldn't you actually probe her and say, well, actually, Ms. Maxwell, we conducted an investigation where we looked at the video surveillance, allegedly, and even though it's been doctored and put together, and the video surveillance doesn't show anybody going in there. So you're actually wrong about that, aren't you? No, we're just going to take what she says as gospel. Thank you that we worshiped at the Church of Ghislaine Maxwell and then walk away with it because it's self-serving to help Donald Trump.
Glenn?
So, Don, this whole thing is a charade. It is an exercise designed to exonerate and protect Donald Trump. I wouldn't expect for a minute that Todd Blanche, who was Donald Trump's former criminal defense attorney, and as Katie well knows, he now is the keeper of Donald Trump's criminal secrets that he came into during that representation, and he is duty-bound to continue to protect Donald Trump's criminal secrets because that attorney-client privilege survives the termination of the attorney-client relationship. There was only one person who should have been in that cell or that secure interview room interviewing Ghislaine Maxwell. That is Maureen Comey. She
Right.
was the lead prosecutor on the case. She is the one who would know instantly whether Ghislaine Maxwell was telling the truth or lying about anything because she's the one familiar with all of the evidence. I have only heard just a little snippet of it. I actually just finished my daily video on the John Bolton search warrants of all things, which I think,
we'll get to that, Glenn.
yeah, and that was a distraction from the Trump Epstein Maxwell scandal. But this whole thing is a charade. Nothing Ghislaine Maxwell says or declines to say should be credited at all.
What do you think, Glenn, he was trying to get at that question? Because I was saying, just come out and ask her why are you beating around the bush?
Yeah, what was the question? You've got to read me in a little bit.
No, I want you to hear. I want to just play a little bit of the interview. I mean, a little bit of what we just played, because I want Glenn to hear it again. Let's hear it.
So you think he did not die by suicide, given all the things we just talked about?
I do not believe he died by suicide, no.
And do you believe that, do you have any speculation or view of who killed him?
No, I don't.
And I ask that because if you don't believe that there's any truth to the allegations of blackmail or that he had kind of a list or that he had reasons to have people hate him, why would somebody kill him in prison?
Well, in prison, where I am, they will kill you, or they will pay, somebody can pay a prisoner to kill you for $25 worth of commissary is about the going rate for a hit with a lock today.
So that goes to the third reason, which is kind of the mismanagement.
This is it, Glenn. This is it, Glenn.
The shortfallings or shortcomings of the Bureau of Prisons.
Yes.
Which is a little bit different than my question is, which is, do you think there's somebody on the outside of prison? So putting aside what could happen on the inside, on the outside of prison, who wanted him dead so badly that he would have, or she would have, caused him to be killed on the inside?
I think I don't see that. I think, is it possible? Of course it's possible, but I don't know of any reason
Glenn,
why.
What is he trying to get at there?
This is a meandering mess of a custodial interrogation just based on the little clip I heard. I don't know what he's trying to get at, and I question the tactical wisdom of asking a witness who has already said, I don't know. He's like, well, can you speculate? Not really. What about somebody on the outside? I've already said I don't know. I wouldn't read too much into the questions, but what I would offer is that this is a horrible way to go about questioning a witness. And I don't know what his background, his training, his experience is, but I will fall back on this whole thing is ultimately an exercise in staying away from the danger zone, anything that could perhaps come back to haunt Donald Trump.
Hey,
Is there
Don,
any? Yeah, go ahead, Katie.
sorry, if the viewers can see on the screen, if you look at line 10 right there, so that's how you read the transcript, right? So it's the page and it's the line. So you see line 10, 11. Do you have any speculation or view of who killed him? Answer, Ghislaine Maxwell, no, I don't. Let me tell you something, Don. Lawyer 101, when we teach trial skills, and Glenn knows this, doesn't make a difference if you're a civil lawyer or criminal lawyer. That would have been an objection in court. Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation. Speculation is it could have been Santa Claus that came in and killed Jeffrey Epstein. Nobody wants to hear that. And what he's trying to do is he was struggling, Dawn, to lead her down the primrose path for her to say, absolutely not. The guy, died because nobody else would ever want to kill him from externally. But she didn't get it because she's just too dumb to get that point. And so he just kept on trying and it just kept on getting more and more mangled, to Glenn's point.
Yeah, I wasn't sure where he was going there. I'm like, is he trying to ask her? Is he trying to get her to exonerate the Donald Trump? Because what Jeffrey Epstein's brother has been saying, that he believes it wouldn't be out of the realm of possibilities that Donald Trump, this is according to him, not me, this is what he said publicly, that Donald Trump had something to do with it. If he is sitting there, if Todd Blanche has seen the Epstein files, so I would imagine he knows what's in the Epstein files. So I'm just wondering if he's trying to get her to say something that exonerates Trump, or I don't know, for some reason, because I don't know what the reason is, but something tells me there's something in there that they know that they don't ever want to release, and they somehow want what she says to become the record. You know what I mean?
Yeah, let me just say, and first of all, I'm so happy to be with my friend and former on-air MSNBC partner at 6 a.m. and 7 a.m. on Saturdays and Sundays, real primetime viewing there. But Katie and I used to double team on the Justice Front, and it was such great fun. But listen, speculation, Don, is poison to a good professional law enforcement investigation and prosecution. Do you know the first thing I do when I sit down with somebody that I am going to debrief? I said, don't speculate about anything. And don't only tell me what you think I want to hear because you think it will make me happy or it will forward the investigative ball against somebody I'm prosecuting, because I need the truth, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And if you don't give it to me, there's going to be hell to pay. Don't lie and don't speculate. This is a buffoonish little clip of questioning that we're hearing. And, Jeffrey Epstein's brother's speculation, frankly, is no better than Ghislaine Maxwell's speculation or anybody else's speculation. Law enforcement, both FBI and DOJ prosecutors, we deal in fact. We deal in what we can prove. We don't start asking witnesses to speculate about stuff.
Mm-hmm. We're going to hear more from Ghislaine Maxwell and others. But first, a word from our sponsor. Support comes from Beam. Let's be real. Summer doesn't mean life slows down. The news cycle keeps spinning, the noise gets louder, and the burnout, well, that is the goal. They're trying to get you to dial out, because if you're exhausted, you're even easier to control, right? But here is the thing. Rest is resistance. One of the most powerful things that you can do is wake up clear, energized, and ready to show up. That's why I use Beam's Dream Powder, a natural sleep blend that helped me finally get restorative sleep. It's loaded with science-backed ingredients: reishi, magnesium L-theanine, apigenin, and melatonin. Dream helps you fall asleep, helps you stay asleep, and wake up without that groggy fog. Since I started using Dream, I feel sharper, more grounded, like I've got fuel in the tank again. And the taste? Incredible, smooth, delicious, and easy to make part of your routine.
In Avengers
Over
Doomsday,
17.5
Thor,
million
Look,
nights
and
of
powers
better
have already
sleep.
leaked.
That's
Everyone was
Beam
wondering,
difference.
how will
Okay,
the
so right
Avengers
now, Beam is
defeat
offering
Dr.
up
Doom?
40%
Because
off their
Doom is
best-selling
more
powder,
powerful
Dream
than
Powder, to my
Thanos.
listeners.
Then we saw
So go to
Sentry and Thunderbolts. And after witnessing his
shopbeam.com/lemon,
godlike
use the
powers,
code
it
LEMON
felt
at
obvious
checkout.
that Sentry
Sleep
could
well,
easily take
wake
down
up
Doom.
ready,
But
the
according
fight
to the
continues.
strongest rumors,
Support
Sentry
comes
will
from
actually be
120
on
Life.
Doom's side fighting the Avengers
one is
for him.
personal.
If that
Someone I
happens,
care
Doom
about has
powers
struggled with
plus
high blood
Sentry
pressure,
Galaxy
and
breaking
maybe
strength,
you do
literally an
too. Did you
unbeatable
know
duo.
that
But
it's the
Thor
#1
fans,
risk
here's your
factor for
good
death?
news. In
1
Avengers
in 2
Doomsday,
adults
Thor
has
will
it.
first lose badly
That
to
is a
Doom in
coin
the
flip
beginning. But by
of
the
your
end of the
life right
movie,
there.
Thor
The good
transforms
news
into
is that you can take control naturally. 120 Life is a blend of delicious superfruit juices, clinically shown to lower blood pressure. No pills, no side effects, just results that you can measure.
The most meaningful one of which is if you say something today that's not true, that's a lie, we can bring a prosecution against you for what's called false statements. I'm a federal officer. I have
to Rune King Thor, his most powerful version ever. For your info, Rune King Thor is so strong he once ripped apart Sentry Darkseid Void and threw it straight into the sun. So if Marvel really shows Rune King Thor in Doomsday, he alone could defeat Doom, Sentry, and Void all together. In Avengers Doomsday, Thor, Look, and powers have already leaked. Everyone was wondering, how will the Avengers defeat Dr. Doom? Because Doom is more powerful than Thanos. Then we saw Sentry and Thunderbolts, and after witnessing his godlike powers, it felt obvious that Sentry could easily take down Doom. But according to the strongest rumors, Sentry will actually be on Doom's side fighting the Avengers for him.
Scottish people in the comments are worse than the black Scottish people because they're going, how can you be so stupid to not know that these black...
I want to show you this. I'm going to hand you my phone, Sean. This was posted on Threads a short time ago, and it's a military checkpoint set up by the Trump administration, but that is in Tacoma Park.
Scottish people in the comments are worse than the black Scottish people because they're going, how can you be so stupid to not know that these black...
I want to show you this. I'm going to hand you
know the lawyer in me loves, and I mean loves, a good, healthy debate. But if you think for some reason tonight that I'm going to debate the issue of slavery and whether it was bad, as if there are two sides to this issue.
There is a war on black people. That energy is coming from somewhere. There is an audience for exactly this kind of.
I knew.
Several officers here. The FBI is here. It's a crime, so you have to be truthful.
Would this make you buy a Ridge carry-on? Two people could win a Lamborghini Huracan Sterrato, a Hennessy Velociraptor, or $100,000.
We know for a fact that this woman has lied in this meeting. Where are the charges against her? Where are the charges? She lied. So any type of immunity she was given should have been blown out the window, and she lied. She's not being prosecuted for it. You and I both know you sneeze wrong these days, this administration goes after you. You look at somebody cross-eyed and they'll kidnap you, right? Off the streets. So where is the prosecution of Ghislaine Maxwell for violating the terms of her immunity deal that she had with the DOJ? It's because this was performative. There was no substantive value for this whatsoever.
Yeah, except to distract the public.
And Don, can I add that Prosecution 101, I've sat down with more aspiring cooperating witnesses than I could ever count. That was my stock and trade. I actually loved working with cooperating witnesses as a career prosecutor because they were my de facto expert witnesses on crime. They were living that life. And I had to impress upon them to tell me the truth. And then I would try to use them against bigger criminal fish. Here's the first thing you do with anybody in Ghislaine Maxwell's situation when you're sitting down to debrief her or do sometimes what we call a reverse proffer. I say the first thing you have to do is admit to all of your own crimes to me right here, right now. Because if you can't accept responsibility for your own crimes, I can't believe you on what you say about anybody else, whether you incriminate them or exonerate them. First, you have to fess up, and that will be a indication that you are really willing to tell the truth. And Don, that shouldn't have been a heavy lift for Ghislaine Maxwell because she's already convicted of these crimes. She could have easily said, okay, I did the things that a jury found beyond a reasonable doubt unanimously that I did. But if you don't fess up to your own crimes, you are dead to me as a potential cooperating witness because I will not believe anything you say about the crimes of others.
Okay, here's the thing that they wanted. Todd Blanche asking her about Donald Trump and anything that might be inappropriate behavior that she witnessed. Here it is.
I don't recall ever seeing him in his house, for instance. I actually never saw the president in any type of massage setting. I never witnessed the president in any inappropriate setting in any way. The president was never inappropriate with anybody. In the times that I was with him, he was a gentleman in all respects.
How does that in and of itself not discredit her testimony? Just that, first of all, she refers to him as the president, Don.
Right, right.
Okay. That honorific, that title suggests a level of respect that she has for him. In fact, she spends a lot of time talking about how much she likes and admires him for what he's accomplished. She has such a bias that she would be laughed out of court if she was trying to be presented as a witness. But what do you mean you didn't see him do anything inappropriate in front of you? I don't know. Could he have been doing shit that was inappropriate behind a closed door that you weren't in? Of course he could, right? The reality is it could be any of them. She not only deals with Trump, she talks about Prince Andrew not doing anything wrong. She says Alan Dershowitz didn't do anything wrong. Look, I'm not saying they did. I'm not saying they didn't. How about we actually look at the Epstein files that is a part of the law enforcement's in Donald Trump's DOJ's care, custody, and control and possession. Why don't we look at that and make a decision on our own? Why is this woman the only filter right now that is being provided to the American people about what's contained or what is the history that surrounds the horrific acts of child sex predation, child sex trafficking, child sex abuse that she was convicted for and that Epstein was indicted for.
And Don, if I can ask, what is inappropriate behavior to somebody like Ghislaine Maxwell, who recruits, grooms, and sexually assaults children and gives those children to Jeffrey Epstein to sexually assault? You're going to ask her, did you ever see Trump do anything inappropriate? I mean, I would have to nail her down and say, you know, Ms. Maxwell, in your opinion, is it inappropriate to recruit, groom, and sexually assault young women? Because that's what you did. You're convicted of doing. You don't ask questions like, you know, what does a witness believe subjectively is appropriate, is not appropriate? I mean, again, this is just, this isn't even an interrogation. It's like a chat between a couple of, you know, acquaintances.
Here is the president now, Donald Trump, today speaking out about this Epstein stuff being released. Here it is.
Your Justice Department is also sending some of the Epstein files over to the House Oversight Committee today. Are you in support of them releasing all of them?
I'm in support of keeping it open.
If they want
innocent people shouldn't be hurt, but I'm in support of keeping it totally open. I couldn't care less. You got a lot of people that could be mentioned in those files that don't deserve to be. You know, people, because he knew everybody in Palm Beach. I don't know anything about that, but I have said to Pam and everybody else, give them everything you can give them, because it's a Democrat hoax. It's just a hoax. The whole Epstein thing is a Democrat hoax. So we had the greatest 6 months, 7 months in the history of the presidency.
Oh, God.
And the Democrats don't know what to do, so they keep bringing up that stuff. But it affected them. Bill Clinton.
This is, I want you guys to pay close attention to this, because this reeks of hypocrisy and just disingenuity. He says, I don't want to hurt these people, but yet he brings them up and he mentions them, right?
People come to us and their teeth are so bad that they all need to be extracted. They all need to be taken out and they need to get brand new teeth. But traditionally, the old way of doing this, it usually can take somewhere up to 10 months sometimes to get your permanent teeth. And Nuvia, what's so incredible is through over 10.
Keep going.
Bill Clinton was on his plane and went to the island supposedly 28 times. I don't want to bring that up. You have Larry, whatever his name is.
Did he not just bring it up? Did he not just bring it up?
I don't want to bring up the thing I just brought up.
I just brought up. Okay, keep going.
The head of Harvard, who was Jeffrey Epstein's best friend. Nobody ever talks about that. I mean, but I don't want to hurt Larry Summers. He was best friends with Jeffrey Epstein. No, this is a Democratic hoax to try and get the significance of what we've done over the past 7 months. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. They say it's #1 in history. Yeah. What we've done, including stop.
No one has ever seen anything like rounding up people on the streets without due process, defying federal judges, laying off career people, brain draining our institutions of decades and decades of knowledge and historic information. No one has seen anything like this. Just people, the lies that come out of this administration. So yeah, he's right about that one thing. Sorry, I had to just say, go on.
7 wars. I mean, just include that.
He's
How
just
many? How
7
many
wars, he says now. It was, I think it was 6, then it was 7, it was 8, and I think it was 10 one day. Anyways, go on. You guys have the floor.
I want to highlight something here, and I think Glenn, you
Katie's like, I don't even want to talk about what
I just cannot. You know what it is, Don? You know what's triggering me right now is that fucking hat. I want to take that fucking hat and shove it down his throat. Okay, so here's the thing. In the transcript, Ghislaine Maxwell admits that she has, quote, slow cognition issues. Okay. Now, when you are dealing with witnesses, and Glenn dealing with flip co-defendants and all this other stuff, right? People who turn state witness or turn government, right? If somebody admittedly has slow cognition issues, we're going to have to pump the brakes now and talk about the value of this person. Why? Because What is your ability to recall, Miss Maxwell? What's your ability to be able to remember? What's your ability to be able to process? I mean, she, by her own admission, has these slow cognition issues, one, and then two, but she conveniently knows that she's square. Jeffrey Epstein has erectile dysfunction, and she was happy not to have sex because she has a condition that made it okay for her not to have sex. It is the most ridiculous thing. So Epstein couldn't have perpetrated crimes because he had erectile dysfunction. And by the way, I didn't have to have sex, which means I, of course, would never be a child sex predator myself or a child sex abuser. And by the way, nobody did anything wrong ever. The most insulting thing about the Department of Justice is how it continues to perpetuate a lack of respect for the victims, not just the Epstein-Maxwell victims, but all victims of sexual assault, the survivors. Because how can you dare let this woman say that people have lied, people who have taken their lives, that they were liars? She said they all lied. She called them liars, Dawn. And that is disgusting, that the only thing that has come out of this Department of Justice has been a memo of lies from July 6th, where they said there's nothing here, so we're not giving you anything. And now we're giving you transcripts that have been redacted. And you thought you were doing them a favor by redacting their names? But then you let this woman have audio and written transcripts that say that these victims all lied? It just goes to show how much this administration is willing to debase itself in furtherance of its dear cult leader. And Trump standing there saying, I don't have a problem with it, then let it out, asshole. But he won't. And if he does, it's going to be in a form that is going to be all disjointed. And Comer's going to sit there, and he's already decided to whitewash it himself as well. It is such a travesty of justice. And the fact that it comes from the Department of Justice is the worst pill to swallow.
And there's a pattern here, Don, because I know we're going to talk about maybe the transcripts, the grand jury transcripts in both the Epstein and Maxwell cases. And we have 3 federal judges not only shooting down Pam Bondi's motion to unseal those transcripts, but saying some variation of, look, Pam, you all are engaged in a diversion. You are saying that there's something in these transcripts that would be new or enlightening when you know full well.
There's nothing.
The only transcript.
Release them, right? Don't they know full well that they aren't going to release them, Glenn?
Yeah, of course they do. They make these motions as a show. Do you really think? Because Pam Bondi would have read that transcript forward and backwards, 70 pages, one grand jury transcript in the Epstein investigation in New York. It was an FBI agent relating nothing but hearsay. Not a single witness, not a single victim appeared before the grand jury. And the judge said, there's nothing in here that is not already known to the public as a result of the Maxwell trial. So stop making, and I think one of the phrases was, false, misleading arguments to the court, and stop, Judge Engelmayer said, trying to give the illusion of transparency when all you're doing is trying to divert the public attention away from from the Epstein files, which Judge Berman, the last judge, said, you, DOJ, have the authority and you promised to release these things publicly. I mean, this whole thing it's a cover-up start to finish. Massive, massive cover-up by Trump, by his flunkies at the Department of Justice, by his enablers in Congress, and it's gross, it's obscene, and as Katie said, it's all being done in disrespect of the victims of these crimes.
Yeah,
it's tough to fathom.
One more thing that I want to talk to you guys about, and then we're going to move on to John Bolton and the raid on his home today. But since you said what you just said, Glenn, I want to play. This is from George Conway, who was on CNN today.
I wonder, George, what you make of the way that Trump has handled this, specifically today in the Oval Office during this press availability. He was asked about the release of these files, and he said that there would probably be a lot of names in them that wouldn't deserve to be. He mentioned Bill Clinton by name. He mentioned Larry Summers by name as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's the real question is, was the release of this, were the selection of these documents selective? And that's the question. I mean, are they withholding documents that might refer to him or things that are embarrassing to him, and producing documents that refer to other people in order to distract? And I wouldn't put it past them that they would do that.
There's one simple method anyone can do to recharge a sluggish thyroid. Did you know your thyroid isn't just a gland? It's actually an entire system, which is why standard medications and thyroid tests fail up to 90% of the time, because they only target one small piece while the rest of the system continues to shut down. Most people don't know this, but the real reason behind exhaustion, weight gain, thinning hair, and brain fog has less to do with age or genetics than we first thought. Here's the problem. No matter how long you've been on thyroid medication, the truth is it only boosts one inactive hormone, T4, while your body is still starved of the active energy hormone, T3. That's why tests may look normal, but you still feel exhausted, foggy, and unable to lose weight. Listen, this may be the reason you feel drained no matter how much you sleep, or why you gain weight that refuses to come off, or why your hair may start thinning and your memory gets clouded with brain fog. Your thyroid battery is slowly being drained, and when it shuts down, every system in your body starts failing right along with it. Now, luckily, there's a way to solve this. A renowned scientist uncovered a surprising breakthrough while studying a specific group of women with no symptoms of thyroid failure. He was shocked to discover that most thyroid issues that women experience stems from one leading cause. Most importantly, he revealed a...
Would you? No?
And now this will open up a command line window. And now you want to type in control space user passwords 2. And then once you're done doing that, you want to hit enter. Now you want to left click on the username listed here, and then underneath password you want to left click on reset password, and there you go guys, simple as that. Enter in your new password, and then confirm the new password.
The beta version of Windows 11 a couple months ago, it's still
I don't even remember what this was for, and gosh, it's just bad. I don't know what else to say, but if I were to remake it, I could make it a lot better. Hi, my name is Zachary. I'm a junior designer and social media manager here at Adaram, and if you're anything like me, you've made a lot of ugly stuff in the past. And it's not that I'm not proud of these things, but sometimes
go ahead and download that from the Microsoft website. I'll have a link in the description of the video. So if you guys need to go ahead and actually download the ISO file and burn it to a DVD or USB flash drive, and then you're going to go ahead and boot your computer off of it. Go ahead and hit enter. And now this screen, I'm just going to go ahead and insert that user password.
space user passwords 2. Type exit, E-I-E-X-I, man.exe. Go ahead and hit enter on your keyboard. And now we're going to go ahead and should say one file copied if you did it correctly. Next thing we're going to do is type in copy space cmd.exe space cmd1.exe.
Hello everyone, how are you doing? This is MD Tech here with another quick tutorial. In today's tutorial, I'm going to show you guys how to recover your forgotten password in Windows 11 or Windows 10. So this should hopefully be a pretty straightforward process, guys. And without further ado, let's go ahead and jump right into it. First thing I recommend doing, guys, would be to go ahead and locate a Windows 11 ISO file. So if you need to go ahead and download that from the Microsoft website, I'll have a link in the description of the video. So if you guys need to go ahead and actually download the ISO file and burn it to a DVD or USB flash drive, and then you're going to go ahead and boot your computer off of it. So at this point, we're going to assume that you're already at that part of the video, and I'm just going to have, like, again, probably a video card up in the video itself, as well as a link in the description here. And then you want to restart your computer and go to the boot menu. So depending on your computer manufacturer, it may be slightly different, but we're just going to go ahead and select the reset option, and then I'm going to tap the escape key in my case, but in your case it may be a slightly different function key.
If you're buying a Windows 11 PC, start by thinking about how you'll use it. Most people fall into one of 4 categories: basic use, professional work, gaming, or content creation. Windows 11 PCs also come in a wide variety of sizes and styles, from full desktops to sleek all-in-ones to lightweight convertible laptops. Now let's take a look at 5 key components. The CPU handles multitasking and performance based on your needs. The GPU is important for gaming and video editing. Integrated graphics works for basics, but a dedicated GPU performs better. For RAM, 8 GB is minimum. 16 GB is good for most users, and 32 GB or more for heavy tasks. Go with an SSD for speed and reliability, add an HDD, or use cloud storage for extra space. As for displays, 1080p is the minimum. Creative work may need 4K. For gaming, aim for a refresh rate of 144 Hz or higher. Other things to consider: battery life, ports, build quality, and your budget. Going with higher specs now can help your PC last longer.
This is not your car. This is your car. But this weekend, no one has to know that.
Nice car.
Looks new.
Thanks, Tom Brady.
Have a flame with our newest fleet yet. Rent now at Hertz.com.
And then in the boot menu, I'm going to use my arrow keys to go down to the CD-ROM drive. If you use the USB flash drive, you'll select that option, and you're going to go ahead and hit enter. And then you're going to press any key to boot from the DVD. And now you're going to hold down the Shift and the F10 key on your keyboard at the same time. So again, hold down the Shift and the F10. I'll have it up on the screen as well. So again, tap those 2 keys at the same time. And at this point, you want to go type in disk part, all one word, D-I-S-K, P-A-R-T. Go ahead and hit enter on your keyboard. Once you're done that, just give it a second here. It'll have a little blinking cursor for a moment. And then you want to type in list volume. 2 words here, list volume. Go ahead and hit enter on your keyboard once you have it. And now you're going to go ahead and select the one Windows is installed on. Usually, if you don't know, it'll probably be the largest one. And this is in megabytes and gigabytes, by the way. So you see 69 gigabytes. Probably going to be our hard drive here compared to the other ones that are just in megabytes. So I'm going to select volume D in my case. So type in CD, space, and then whatever drive letter we're going to be going under. So in our case, it's the D drive. It might be different in your case again, so that will be variable. Then you're going to type a colon. So D colon. Now you want to hit enter. And now type exit, EXIT, go ahead and hit enter. And now we're going to go back and select our same drive letter we were working on before, which in my case again was the D drive, and then a colon. Go ahead and hit enter. Now we're going to type in CD space Windows. 2 words here, CD, then a space Windows. Go ahead and hit enter. Now you want to type in CD space System32. Like you see it on my screen. Go ahead and hit enter. Now you want to go ahead and type in copy space utilman.exe space utilman1.exe. Exactly how you see it on my screen here again, guys. If you need to pause the video or rewatch part of it, that's fine. And then once you have it as you see it on my screen, go ahead and hit enter. Should say one file copied if you did it correctly. Next thing we're going to do is type in copy space cmd.exe space cmd1.exe. Go ahead and hit enter. Should also come back of one file copied. Now you want to go type in del space utilman.exe. Again, exactly how you see on my screen here. So del space utilman.exe. Go ahead and hit enter on your keyboard. And now we're going to go ahead and type in rename space cmd.exe space utilman.exe. Go ahead and hit enter. And then you want to just go ahead and type in exit. Go ahead and hit enter. And now at this point, close out of the Windows Setup Wizard here. Select yes to cancel the installation, and it should boot us back into Windows here.
Great. The new GoDaddy Arrow has AI marketing tools to help small businesses easily reach thousands of customers. It writes sweet so.
And now you want to scroll up on the lock screen here. There should be a little accessibility icon. Just go ahead and left click on that. So now you would click on this little accessibility button down the bottom right. Unfortunately, for some reason I cannot explain, it is not working properly on my Windows 11 computer here. So this would normally be like the ease of access accessibility button, but it just has not worked right for me since I have installed the beta version of Windows 11 a couple months ago. It still doesn't work on my system, but I am going to go ahead and actually cut back to a Windows 10 password reset. All the steps are the same basically, and I'll just splice it in on this page, and then we'll let the tutorial wrap up at that point. But again, this is pretty much, it's the exact same process. You'll type in exactly what I'm going to show on the screen. And I'm just going to go ahead and insert that to finish off the video here. Again, it's the same commands, just follow along with exactly what I show on the screen, and you guys should be good to go. And instead of it being a circle icon like the video is going to show on Windows 10, you're going to select this little person icon. That's a little accessibility icon down here.
When you're on a screen that appears like this, you want to go down to the ease of access icon down here where it looks like a little clock. It should be the middle icon. You want to left click on it, and now this will open up a command line window. And now you want to type in control space user icon. You want to left click on it, and now this will open up a command
icon like the video is going to show on Windows 10, you're going to select this little person icon. That's a little accessibility icon down here.
When you're on a screen that appears like this, you want to go down to the ease of access icon down here where it looks like a little clock. It should be the middle icon. You want to left click on it. And now this will open up a command line window. And now you want to type in control space user passwords 2, and then
CD-ROM drive. If you use the USB flash drive, you'll select that option, and you're going to go ahead and hit enter, and then you're going to press any key to boot from the DVD. And now you're going to hold down the Shift and the F10 key on your keyboard at the same time. So again, hold down the Shift and the F10. I'll have it up on the screen as well. So again, tap those two keys at the same time. And now you're going to hold down the Shift and the F10 key on your keyboard at the same time. So again, hold down the Shift and the F10. I'll have it up on the screen as well. So again, tap those two keys at the same time. And at this point, you want to go type in disk part, all one word, D-I-S-K, P-A-R-T. Go ahead and hit enter on your keyboard. Once you're done that, just give it a second here. It will have a little blinking cursor for a moment. And then you want to type in list volume. 2 words here, list volume. Go ahead and hit enter on your keyboard once you have it. And now you're going to go ahead and select the one Windows is installed on. Usually, if you don't know, it'll probably be the largest one. And this is in megabytes and gigabytes, by the way. So you see 69 gigabytes. Probably going to be our hard drive here compared to the other ones that are just in megabytes. So I'm going to select volume D in my case. So type in CD, space, and then whatever drive letter we're going to be going under. So in our case, it's the D drive. Might be different in your case again. So that.
With Toyota's national sales event, you can take your next tailgate anywhere.
Every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care. That's the value you can expect from Toyota.
That will be variable. Then you're going to type a colon. So D colon. Now you want to hit enter. And now type exit, E-I-E-X-I-T. Go ahead and hit enter. And now we're going to go back and select our same drive letter we were working on before, which in my case again was the D drive, and then a colon. Go ahead and hit enter. Now we're going to type in CD space Windows. 2 words here, CD, then a space Windows. Go ahead and hit enter. Now you in my case, but in your case it may be a slightly different function key. And then in the boot menu, I'm going to use my arrow keys to go down to the CD-ROM drive. If you use the USB flash drive, you'll select that option, and you're going to go ahead and hit enter. And then you're going to press any key to boot from the DVD. And then in the boot menu, I'm going to use my arrow. And then you want to restart your computer and go to the boot menu. So depending on your computer manufacturer, it may be slightly different, but we're just going to go ahead and select the reset option. And then I'm going to tap the escape key in my case, but in your case, it may be a slightly different function key. And then in the boot menu, I'm going to use my arrow keys to go down to the CD-ROM drive. If you use the USB flash drive, you'll select that option, and you're going to go ahead and hit enter. And then you're going to press any key to boot from the DVD. And now you're going to hold down the Shift and the F10 key on your keyboard at the same time. So again, hold down the Shift and the F10. I'll have it up on the screen as well. So again, tap those two keys at the same time. And at this point, you want to go type in disk part, all one word, D-I-S-K, P-A-R-T. Go ahead and hit enter on your keyboard. Once you're done that, just give it a second here. It will have a little blinking cursor for a moment. And then you want to type in list volume. 2 words here, list volume. Go ahead and hit enter on your keyboard once you have it. And now you're going to go ahead and select the one Windows is installed on. Usually, if you don't know, it'll probably be the largest one. And this is in megabytes and gigabytes, by the way. So you see 69 gigabytes. Probably going to be our hard drive here compared to the other ones that are just in megabytes. So I'm going to select volume D in my case. So type in CD, space, and then whatever drive letter we're going to be going under. So in our case, it's the D drive. Might be different in your case again, so that will be variable. Then you're going to type a colon, so D colon. Now you want to hit enter. And now type exit, E-I-E-X-I-T. Go ahead and hit enter. And now we're going to go back and select our same drive letter we were working on before, which in my case again was the D drive, and then a colon. Go ahead and hit enter. Now we're going to type in CD space Windows. 2 words here, CD, then a space Windows. Go ahead and hit enter. Now you want to type in CD space System 32, like you see it on my screen. Go ahead and hit enter. Now you want to go ahead and type in copy space utilman.exe space utilman1.exe. Exactly how you see it on my screen here again, guys. If you need to pause the video or rewatch part of it, that's fine. And then once you have it as you see it on my screen, go ahead and hit enter. Should say one file copied if you did it correctly. Next thing we're going to do is type in copy space cmd.exe space cmd1.exe. Go ahead and hit enter. Should also come back with one file copied. Now you want to go type in del space utilman.exe. Again, exactly how you see on my screen here. So del space utilman.exe. Go ahead and hit enter on your keyboard. And now we're going to go ahead and type in rename space cmd.exe space utilman.exe. Go ahead and hit enter. And then you want to just go ahead and type in exit. Go ahead and hit enter. And now at this point, close out of the Windows Setup Wizard here. Select yes to cancel the installation, and it should boot us back into Windows here. And now you want to scroll up on the lock screen here. There should be a little accessibility icon. Just go ahead and left click on that. So now you would click on this little accessibility button down the bottom right. Unfortunately, for some reason I cannot explain, it is not working properly on my Windows 11 computer here. So this would normally be like the ease of access accessibility button, but it just has not worked right for me since I have installed the beta version of Windows 11 a couple months ago. It still doesn't work on my system, but I am going to go ahead and actually cut back to a Windows 10 password reset. All the steps are the same basically, and I'll just splice it in on this page, and then we'll let the tutorial wrap up at that point. But again, this is pretty much, it's the exact same process. You'll type in exactly what I'm going to show on the screen. And I'm just going to go ahead and insert that to finish off the video here. Again, it's the same commands, just follow along with exactly what I show on the screen, and you guys should be good to go. And instead of it being a circle icon like the video is going to show on Windows 10, you're going to select this little person icon. That's a little accessibility icon down here.
When you're on a screen that appears like this, you want to go down to the ease of access icon down here where it looks like a little clock. It should be the middle icon. You want to left click on it, and now this will open up a command line window. And now you want to type in control space user passwords 2, and then once you're done doing that, you want to hit enter. Now you want to left click on the username listed here, and then underneath password you want to left click on reset password, and there you go guys, simple as that. Enter in your new password and then confirm the new password, then click on OK, click on OK again, and then you can close out of this command line window, type in your new password, and there we go guys, the computer should log us into Windows. So I should note, if you are not using a local account and you're using a Microsoft account, instead of doing what we showed in this tutorial, a little bit of a modification, you want to type into the command line window when we're back in the troubleshooting view, you want to type in net user administrator active. So again, net user administrator active, and then this will create an administrator account that is visible to you, and I recommend signing into that account, and then you can go in and delete the other email account if you're unable to get in. So it's pretty easy to do that, and you would be able to probably change the password of the other account once you sign in with the administrative account. So that's for the Microsoft account method, but I do have this brief tutorial a little administrator active, and then you can go in and delete the other email account if you're unable to get in. So it's pretty easy administrator account that is visible to you, and I
Hot deals on new homes are here. Lennar's end of summer clearance event is happening now, making home ownership more affordable through incredible savings, special incentives, and low rates through their affiliate lender, Lennar Mortgage. Available for limited time only. Explore beautiful new homes across the nation's most desirable locations with modern open layouts, gorgeous gourmet kitchens, spacious bedrooms, and the most desirable features at no extra cost. Come see it for yourself. Schedule a tour today.
Can you please just hear me out? No, all work management platforms are the same. Monday.com is the one you'll actually love to use. Did you see the dashboards? They update in real time from your team's day to day, so you're always in control. No freaking way. I don't have to put the data in myself? Are you for real? Monday.com handles all the boring stuff, so you can focus on what really matters. You know what? I'm ready to fall in love again. Thanks, Talking Llama. Monday.com, the first work platform you'll love to use.
It has never been more important as it is now for men specifically to have their shit together. Have your affairs in order, have your ducks in a row, cross your T's, dot your I's, weaponize yourself, equip yourself, educate yourself to prepare you for what's coming, bro. Because something's coming. And I hate to sound all doom and gloom, man, but it is what it is, brother. This is the way society is headed. Generally, you already know we headed in the wrong direction, bro. But men specifically, it is extremely important that we identify this, acknowledge it, and do the things necessary to better yourself individually, man, because you know, men are the backbone of society. We set the foundation of society, and as the way things are steadily going, society will implode on itself. And it's becoming that much more difficult for a man to be a man in the current condition of society. These things that I cover all the time, and regardless what, space or channel or platform you follow me, man, but I saw another statistic yet again that's targeting men that has devastating implications for everybody, right? Saw the stat that says male graduates and male non-graduates have the same employment rate. Meaning that it doesn't matter if a man has a degree or doesn't have a degree, he's not getting a job regardless. Women, on the other hand, getting hired at much higher rates with degrees compared to those who don't have degrees. For whatever reason that this is the case, this is what it is. Men, doesn't even matter if men have a degree or not. They can't get a job anyway. But women are being hired out of college at a much higher rate than men are, which reinforces this whole broken men epidemic, soft men epidemic, lost men epidemic, right? And the professional modern boss bitch movement as well. I'm not even trying to make it a gender thing. It is what it is. And you can just add this onto the long list of things that men are going to have to deal with. These young boys are going to have to deal with coming up, bro. I mean, for the most part, my generation and the generation before me, we good. We got our ducks in a row. We got our shit together. You know what I mean? Much more than the young bucks do coming up, man, who don't have any guidance, don't have any mentorship, who don't have any role models out here, don't know what the fuck it is to be a man, right? Addicted to food, addicted to porn, addicted to social media, right? ADHD, dopamine's all fucked up, right? in addition to the attack on masculinity, addition to the feminist movement and the implications that has on men coming up, in addition to gender fluidity and masculinity and femininity, right? It's a circus show right now. But now at the crux of it, you know, one of the most important things for any person to be able to do is support themselves, you know, sustain the quality of living, which typically required a degree, right? But that's no longer the case for men. And we can sit here and discuss the reasons why that is, but I'm not even going to cover that right now. My main message to men is that you have to get your shit together. Do whatever it is you need to do to get your shit together. Become resourceful. Put systems in place. You know what I'm saying? Get your networks together. Holler at those that know more than you, that you can learn from, to place yourself in positions to be successful. Right? Do not do this shit on your own, bro, because if you out here on your own, dog, you're going to feel it that much more when shit hits the fan, because shit is coming. Shit is coming, bro. So take from this what you will. And with that, if you feel like I'm talking and you feel like you need help in any of these areas, man, pull up to my self-development community, bro. Mainly for the bros, dog, to get us right mentally, physically, emotionally right, to prepare us for what the fuck is coming, man. But just be confident in yourself and your abilities as a man. Where it doesn't matter what the fuck's coming, you know you can handle it. It's about a mindset. You know what I mean? About a mindset, knowing you can get through any of this shit, bro, because some shit is coming. And the only way to beat this shit, only way to get through this shit, only way to solve this shit is to have masculine, conscientious, confident men that can handle their shit, bro. But the way it is right now, we got a bunch of bitches that's gonna get cooked, relying on women to fix their problems. And that can't be what it is. You know what I'm saying? Real men gotta stand up. So place yourself in the best position to become the man you need to be able to deal with anything. All right.
NVIDIA Accelerated Computing starts with DGX, the world's AI supercomputer, the engine behind the large language model breakthrough. I hand-delivered the world's first DGX to OpenAI. Since then, half of the Fortune 100 companies have installed DGX AI supercomputers. DGX has become the essential instrument of AI. The GPU of DGX is 8 H100 modules. H100 has a transformer engine designed to process models like the amazing ChatGPT, which stands for Generative Pre-trained Transformers. The 8 H100 modules are NVLink to each other across NVLink switches to allow fully non-blocking transactions. The 8 H100s work as one giant GPU. The computing fabric is one of the most vital systems of the AI supercomputer. 400 gigabits per second, ultra-low latency, NVIDIA Quantum InfiniBand with in-network processing connects hundreds and thousands of DGX nodes into an AI supercomputer. NVIDIA DGX H100 is the blueprint for customers building AI infrastructure worldwide.
Confirm the new password. A little bit of a modification, an administrator account that is visible to you. And I recommend signing
After Donald Trump coerced Ghislaine Maxwell into giving false testimony that he was nothing but a perfect gentleman around Jeffrey Epstein and that no client lists exist, so everyone just stop looking for it, Donald Trump probably thought that he was skating pretty clear, that the Jeffrey Epstein scandal was going away, the issue plaguing his presidency and tearing the GOP apart would just go away. But that is not the case, because the man who started this scandal for Donald Trump is also keeping it going. Yes, Elon Musk is once again blowing up the Jeffrey Epstein scandal because of the testimony given by Ghislaine Maxwell that just went public today. We are going to get into it all and how Donald Trump's cover-up is completely screwed. But before we do, if I could quickly ask you to leave a like on this video, and if you haven't already and you enjoy our channel, to hit that subscribe button, because it goes a long way in supporting our work. Now, before we can get into how Elon has completely screwed Donald Trump in the wake of this testimony, I want to start with the hypocrisy that is driving this all that was called out by Jessica Tarlov right here.
And having to come up with something new every hour, which you have managed to do. Thank you. Huge respect to you for that. But you were on with former Assistant Director of the FBI, Chris Swecker, this morning, who didn't like how this looked. You know, he said, we just don't want to see the FBI weaponized. Just because you have the authority and discretion to do something like this doesn't mean that you should. And when people say that under the Biden administration that the DOJ was weaponized, let me remind you that there is nobody the Democrats dislike more than Merrick Garland, because he slow-rolled everything. I mean, Jack Smith wasn't appointed for years after January 6th. And people feel that every single case that we had, the strongest of which was Mar-a-Lago, by the way, fell apart because Merrick Garland actually didn't do anything.
You didn't weaponize it soon enough? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that we didn't have a weaponized DOJ, and the proof of that is, and the proof is further that J.D. Vance is sitting down with Kristen Welker for Meet the Press, and listen to how he's talking. This is not an independent DOJ. We're in the very early stages of an ongoing investigation into John Bolton. We, not Pam Bondi and the DOJ, we. If we think Ambassador Bolton committed a crime, of course, eventually prosecutions will come. There's broad concern about Ambassador Bolton. We know that Donald Trump has no respect for co-equal branches of government, an independent judiciary. He just wants loyal foot soldiers. That appears to be what he has got.
They say the cover-up is worse than the crime, but considering we don't know how many crimes Donald Trump committed with Jeffrey Epstein, it's difficult to tell if that still stands with this particular scandal. But the cover-up is pretty damn bad, and Donald Trump has been pretty damn blatant with it. Todd Blanche isn't the Deputy Attorney General. He's Donald Trump's personal attorney, and he was completely committing witness tampering when he went down to speak with Ghislaine Maxwell, and it's clear that Pam Bondi is just an extension of Donald Trump. The cover-up has been weaponization of our government on behalf of the rich, wealthy, well-off connected elites, especially Donald Trump, since the beginning. And that is why he does not want us talking about this, and that is why he is so furious with Elon, as we can see right here, before we can get into how Elon blew this all up.
Your Justice Department is also sending some of the Epstein files over to the House Oversight Committee today. Are you in support of them releasing all of them?
I'm in support of keeping it open.
If they want
innocent people shouldn't be hurt, but I'm in support of keeping it totally open. I couldn't care less. You got a lot of people that it could be mentioned in those files that don't deserve to be. You know, people, because he knew everybody in Palm Beach. I don't know anything about that, but I have said to Pam and everybody else, give them everything you can give them, because it's a Democrat hoax. It's just a hoax. The whole Epstein thing is a Democrat hoax. So we had the greatest 6 months, 7 months in the history of the presidency, and the Democrats don't know what to do, so they keep bringing up that stuff. But it affected them. Bill Clinton was on his plane and went to the island supposedly 28 times. I don't want to bring that up, frankly. You have Larry, whatever his name is, Summers, the head of Harvard, who was Jeffrey Epstein's best friend. Nobody ever talks about that. I mean,
It's a Democratic hoax, Donald Trump says. You shouldn't even talk about it. You shouldn't even think about it. It's not even real. They're lying to you. The list doesn't even exist. I know Pam Bondi said that the list exists. I know that Kash Patel did. I know that Trump did. I know that Vance did. But of course, Trump wants you to believe that's not the case. And he got Ghislaine Maxwell to say that. That is what Donald Trump wanted out of all of this, to try to shut it down. For Maxwell to say, there is no list, stop paying attention. But that just doesn't seem right. And surprisingly, the person who made the best argument against the case Trump is trying to make is Elon Musk. When a Twitter account by the name of Disclosure TV wrote, "Just in, US DOJ and FBI joint Epstein memo, there was no credible evidence found that Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals as part of his actions," Musk wrote, "So, then what is Ghislaine Maxwell in prison for? Stuff like this does not improve people's faith in government." Elon Musk also posted this meme, writing, "We will release the Epstein list. We need more time. The Epstein list is on my desk. There is no Epstein list." I hate to give him credit, so I'm not going to, but I will just say, Elon is making this central point that completely screws
targets downrange, and let's see how good they go. And 3, 2, 1. That shot pretty good. First shot did not want to get fed. It probably did not go in right. Whatever the reason, he did not want to eat it, and it spit it out. Another thing I will add is, despite there being a left side and right-sided safeties, it seems to be a favorite for right-handers. The reason I'll say that is because as you have it right here, and you're trying to use the front sights, the moment you get so close to it, the extraction port's right here. Every time you blast a shot, the shell is just coming out right in front of your lip. Not the favorite feeling. Slugs are typically known to kick back a little more and have a little bit more power in each shot. Now let's go ahead and check out how birdshot reacts to it. Got 5 rounds of birdshot. Let's see how they kick. Spread it evenly, and it shot beautiful. Like I said, the only thing that bothers me is being a left-hander and having an empty shell just like fly a couple inches in front of my mouth. To conclude and to finish off, I'm gonna go like this so you can see the front of it. This is a great firearm. It's a great firearm to have. It should, if you're a shotgun fan and you love bull pump, this is a great one to get into. Like I said, the
Rent a car from our newest fleet yet. Your real car never has to know.
You know your business better than anyone, right? So why not build an app to run it with Base 44? This finance.
Her doing something like, I don't even see a steak in her mouth. Like, what steakhouse are y'all at, bro? That look like bread, but apparently that's a steak. And if that's a steak, she definitely don't know how to. Bruh, I'm saying cause you imagine, even for the women too, bro. You on a girls' date, you at a brunch, you at a dinner with your homegirls, and one of your friends start eating a steak like that. You're gonna be embarrassed. It's like, man, what the fuck wrong with you now? Date left her to pay for her own meal because she didn't know how to properly eat a steak. And he got a picture of bro, hold on. I just hate shit you should have taken to the grave.
Gotta know how to. Check it.
Hey, something just jumped out over there.
Yeah, it's some fish.
Yeah, because I'm finna catch it.
Fishing.
Y'all gotta jig it like that.
You ready?
Okay, so now I'm going to read directly.
When people don't understand you anymore, you're in that spot of obsession and drive where people are like, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? I don't want to talk to you, man, because you're not going to get it. You will never understand what is wrong.
What up, dog? I'm mic'd up.
I appreciate you telling me that early.
Tell you what?
Get you mic'd up.
Oh, yeah.
You ain't gonna be any more quiet than usual, right?
Quiet? What?
What? Yeah, what?
Que la invitan a retirarse.
if you tried everything to enter the recovery mode but you are not able to enter it, so here it is what you have to do. Turn on your computer and turn off right in the moment when your computer is trying to open Windows. Turn on your computer, okay? You see the computer is turned on. Wait now. I just turn off once, turn on again. Here it is. When you try to open up Windows, you will see something here. Wait. Now, click and hold for 10 seconds. It's closed. Turn on again. Here it is. Let's see what will happen right now. Here, automatic repair. This is what I was talking about. So
Oh, they sell t-shirts and everything. Yo, ooh, that motherfucker clean, my boy.
What's
How
up,
you doing,
big dog?
brother?
How you doing? You doing all right?
That motherfucker hard.
Oh, that's you all day. Huh?
How much you want for this
Buy
truck?
this bitch from me right now.
How much?
Buy this bitch from me.
How much?
150.
you.